Fuck. Hello. Might have stayed up a little too late last night watching the Game Awards. And my neighbor's dog might have started barking at 7 a.m. And that might have woken me up. Oh my god. Ooh. All right. I'm almost out of tea, man. I ordered some, but they said it might have long delivery times during Christmas. But hopefully we'll last. Unfortunately, it's Friday now, so that means 2 days without delivery. After today, it's not coming today. I might run out of mint, but I do have like a jar of mint, like the spice, and I don't know if that's good enough to just make tea out of. I doubt it. Also, there's like nothing in the jar anyway. Anyway, where did we leave off? Particle position is being set. Oh yeah, it's almost rendering, I think. It's close. So we need to set the position. Where is the position being set? The emitter is being set to a target. And that's the particle emitter database. It's being initialized to... Yeah, the position isn't meant to be set to the target like this. This should be like this. And in here, let's write a public vector3 int get a public virtual vector3 int get local position. Particle emitter. Wait, no. Here. if target does not equal null, then we're gonna return this. There are children. So this is actually kind of not exactly what we should be using here. Let's do that. And here we're gonna say vec Yeah, no, this isn't quite right. This is not what we're supposed to be doing here. Here, the vector value is supposed to be target dot modified position dot whatever. There. And it also does need to have a vector, a y, and that's just gonna be I mean, yeah, no, let's just do everything there. So, in other words, we can say, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, that's fine. This should be a y. Else, well, let's just do this. Because this is how it's gonna be. If target does not equal null, then we do this. Nah. Let's do it this way. target dot modified position plus vec 3 int dot floor. No. We actually can't floor. ChatGPT does casting a float to int in C# truncate or floor the decimals. I assume truncate. Truncates, yeah. Okay, good. Just to double check. That's a dog. And here we just want to return actually, what am I doing? We have a thing for this already, don't we? Yeah, we just do position. No. Yeah, okay, no, that's wrong. But let's do this. Wait. There. No, it's right. That way we can just say return that plus position. And here we just return position. And then we remove this. And this whole section is actually something different. But let's add it back here. Because what we're doing here is... Where was it? Was it here? Is it in the ignite itself? Here. Yeah. This is where it was. So what we're doing here is we're creating the particle. But the particle is being set to the position of the target, which is incorrect. It should only be set to particle set data. Particle dot position raw equals, well, that should be initialized already. To position raw, X should be random only. Basically, the particle should spawn within a certain radius of this the spawner or whatever. In this case, I feel like the particles should be yeah. They should follow the emitter. Unless the emitter says that they shouldn't. So this should be... int x, int size x, size z, this size should be divided by 2, I think. And the reason for that is because what I'm trying to do here with the size is that the random goes from negative size x to positive size x. And same thing here on the z, except it's z. But this isn't gonna be enough for it to render. Particle emitter. Running particle update. I don't know. I don't think anything I did here really matters. But let's just run it, see what happens. And it doesn't work, but this is actually wrong. Size size x should not be divided by 2. Size x should be 0 to size z. Because that's up, and the the X is centered, so that's where we want to go, left and right of the center. It's actually not actually centered, but it's close enough that it doesn't matter for now. But the Z starts around the feet and goes up, so therefore it needs to start at 0 and go up size. But it's still not gonna work, because it's something else. I don't actually know what is causing it, but it's just not rendering. And it's not the Z. Because now we have Zs that's like 12, 60, 23, whatever. They have an alpha of 255. So it should be visible. And then we run render particle. This is where like anything could be wrong. Combat dim. Combat alpha. I'm gonna try this one. Let's just set combat alpha to true. Try again. No. That's not it either. Because I don't think it's the object index. But that's kind of what I'm like, is that it? Because it's not working. The position is... particle emitter target plus particle position plus get... I think this should be fine. Could be one of the rects. Like here I'm doing texel size, which is a vector 2. In an object, the texel size looks like this, and rect size looks like that. So we can go and we can create a variable. So we're setting rect size there. Which seems to not be quite correct. Actually, like, I don't know if the rect and the texture rect are quite the same. But the texel size... that should be this, which is kind of the same, but slightly different. It could be that simple. I almost hope it isn't, because I know how I'm gonna feel if it works. Works. But it works incorrectly. So I think maybe it's time to get rid of this animation. They should be using a placeholder. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Oh, fuck. I didn't even stay up the whole thing. Well, I did almost stay up the whole thing. I missed like half an hour. Oh. It works, but the flames are... they are rendered incorrectly. They are rendered behind the sprite randomly. And I'm not really sure Because I feel like it shouldn't. But it might be an offset issue where I have to offset the Y by the Z or something. And in that case... how should it be handled? It might also be just a sorting issue. But let's go over here first. Action module database. Nafir Spearman. Debilitated. Let's change this to placeholder combat debilitated. Should be that simple. Now, it might actually be kind of hard to tell with that being the sprite that we're using. Because it might not overlap the stick figure properly. But it does look like it's always behind. So this could be a layer issue. Which is kind of weird, isn't it? And this, they're floating in the air. That's something that's like almost unfixable without doing the other system that I've been talking about doing. Because otherwise, I basically have to make a random roll, and I have to re-roll until we find a pixel. And that's gonna be actually really heavy. Like, really heavy. Potentially. Because it's just random numbers. I don't like that at all. So where do we start looking? Particle data. Particle database. We have an ignite. Sorting layer object. Sorting sublayer detail. Right? But what if we set this to back effect? Because it should be before. Oh, actually... No. I don't know. But if... Let's test this, because it might tell us whether the sorting algorithm is reversed or not. Also, let's make sure we have enough targets so that the flames might overlap some of the stick figures. I might have to make them not stick figures. But I really don't want to do that. No, that still doesn't work. Even at the foot, it doesn't work. So for whatever reason, the flames are also... Well, they're animating incorrectly, but that's less of an issue. For whatever reason, the fires count as being behind. Why is that? Are they unsorted at this stage? I don't see how they would be. But that... We're updating sorting order there. Shouldn't be a problem. Alright, let's go to the sorting algorithm. What is that in controller? Where is that? No, okay, it's if update sorting order. There. Sort entities, that's what it's called. So we're sorting by layer, and then we're sorting by modified position, right? And here we get a sorting layer index Y. What if we set this to minus position? No, not this one. Get sorting layer Y. Then we have the target's modified position plus my position minus position.z. But I don't think that should matter. It shouldn't. I don't know. I don't think so. I just don't. There was a time, I don't know how much of that I'm still doing, but there was a time when I had to subtract. I think I was either subtracting or adding the Z value to the Y value when doing a lot of rendering stuff in order for it to like work correctly. But I'm not so sure I'm doing that anymore. But I don't know exactly, because I think at some point I was treating it kind of like if the world is a cube, I was treating it more like the world was like this in memory. I think. Either that or the logic is still just like that. And then I would just go down like this when rendering, and it would just work. I'm not sure I'm doing that anymore. I don't think so. So why is it doing what it's doing right now? It's sorting sublayer, sorting sublayer. It's sorting layer. Do I need to step through this? The sorting algorithm? I feel like that would suck ass. Because it runs like all the time. But I could write something here like if entity list dot count is greater than or equal to, if we have Rhea and 4 spearmen, that's 5. So if the entity list is greater than, let's say like 8 or 10 even, that way it won't trigger when we spawn the fire wave from the flame blast spell, but it will trigger, and we don't need an if there. Like, it should just be entity list.count is greater than. Maybe. Because I don't know what the issue is. Like, is it a sorting problem, or is it some kind of variable problem? I'm just not sure. But I also won't really know, will I? Like, this won't necessarily mean much. Like, we're sorting objects, but what does it mean? Sorting layer 1, combat foreground, combat foreground. Foreground, foreground. Yeah, this is the override. And then they're both the same, so we go in here. Then we're gonna get if y is less than, it shouldn't be. Yeah, if y1 and y2 are the same, then we go and fetch the sublayer. The sublayer is default, default. So we're now at I0. Can we read this? Okay, so it says object and particle like this now. The particles are all at the bottom. So we should be able to add something here, right? And then just slam continue. And now we have some particles and stuff that have moved. So where are we now? We're now at I8. 8, that's an object here. So we're currently moving this object. Now let's start over. Let's change this to be the count is greater than 3. Greater than or equal to 3. No. 4. Then we attach. The fact that I added more objects there was dumb. It just makes it impossible to tell what's happening. We need to have 2 objects at most, and then add the particles. There. So now we have an entity list with 7 entities. Whereas one is the flame blast. So the objects are potentially correct. Like right now, in reality, this is actually kind of correct. But we need to get to I2. Fuck. Alright, let's start over. I forgot to add a breakpoint to loop through it. Nope, don't start. There, and then we want to loop here. So entity list is the same again. Now we're at 1, 2. So now we can see if the particle and the object will get incorrectly sorted. Combat foreground, object. Yeah, that's incorrect. Particle. Get sorting layer. If particle emitter dot particle emitter dot sorting layer override. Okay. So this is, I think this is not getting set correctly. But what we can say is if particle emitter dot target does not equal null, then we say return particle emitter dot target dot override does not equal null. Then we'll return particle emitter dot target dot sorting layer override. Else particle emitter dot target dot sorting layer get sorting layer. This is dot value. Wait. This already does that. So target, target, target. So all we have to do here is say particle emitter dot target dot get sorting layer. Else we'll say return particle emitter dot gets particle emitter get sorting layer. Then we'll say if it equals null, then we get particle emitter data dot yeah, we can't do that. If particle emitter dot sorting layer override does not equal null, then particle emitter dot sorting layer override dot value, else sorting layer. Then particle data dot sorting layer. Jesus. Don't know if those things are all relevant. That works. Okay, it works. And the reason I didn't want it to work is because I'm a little tired today, and I'm like, okay, now what? It even upgrades. Look, now it's tier 2. If we use it again. Now it's tier 3 fires. The question is... Oh, there was a crash. So we're somehow, I think... overshooting the sizes. So let's see. Particle database. I think everything should be reduced by 1. Maybe. Isn't that weird? Like, this is 11. That means that if the time is 12 or higher, which is what it was, then the time index should be lowered. Like, this isn't what's wrong. It's the request animation that has to be wrong. But it says 30... Or is it 34? No, it's... It says 32 here, which I think should mean that I type 33, because the 32 is with the 0 inclusive. Right, that's 33 sprites. Oh, I think I know what's happening. It's in the particle database. So, I don't know. See, here we are. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, it is that. It's because normally, right? Normally I update the time index after we run like whatever logic is supposed to happen. Like if I set a sprite, I set it to time 0 and then I render it at time 0, and then in the same frame I then update the time after. And then on the frame after, you know, we always set the time and then update on the next frame. And the reason for that is because otherwise we can't actually properly render the first frame for like its full duration. So that's why I do that. And this is different because here we are actually setting the time and doing the logic before rendering, always. Because I'm not actually like setting a sprite here. I'm setting the time and then I'm looping the time, and then when we render it, we actually just fetch its current sprite based on its time. Instead of having it set, it's an operation in order to just save data. Save memory. That might have fixed that. Now the question here now is, which is even harder to tell. But I think the particles over here on this guy might override this guy. So that could be a problem. The particles are above where they should be. Which we might be able to test by moving Rhea. Yes, the particles are still sorted. How are they sorted this incorrectly, though? The position has to be completely wrong. Because the way this works is that first we sort by layer. And if the layer is the same, which it generally should be because they have a target, get sorting layer for particle target.get sorting layer, yeah. And if the sorting layer is the same, then we get sorting in layer index y. If follow target Are they set to follow target? Let's see. No, they're not. Alright, let's try that. I think this is still wrong though. But I think it's only wrong because they haven't had a local, like they don't have a global position set properly. So their local position is like 0. So if we're then trying to read the local position, but it's actually grabbing the global position because a variable isn't set, then yeah, it'll just be low. Let's do this. Well, not only is that incorrect, but those guys are also incorrect. Let's see, dual. Here, let's say if dual scene or dual transition stage equals 3, then we'll say dual scene protagonist list I dot sorting layer override equals null. And same thing here, except this is targets. Yeah. Doesn't work. Override sorting layer and set it to no. There, it works now. And you can see here, we are properly hiding the flames on that character. All right. Then the question is, now what? Well, let's actually run it again and see. They are getting dimmed and hidden properly. Now they're all sorted properly. And what if we continue testing this? Now we have a bunch of tier 2 flames there. We could try to add blood on the ground. I'm a little worried that that's actually going to be kind of difficult. But we can try. Yes, it does work now. Now, it doesn't have any variance here. Which I guess we can try adding some variance. So if we go to Ignite, then we can say if time index plus variance then in this scenario the variance is a byte, but I think that's okay. It doesn't need to be a full float. But in that case, I feel like we need to add no, this doesn't work. Because now it's just gonna fetch the time index. So what we need here is that we need an implementation that loops the time index differently based on what the variance is. I don't think this is it, because here, if we use the variance here, then because it can't like fetch the time index, like, or rather it just fetches the time index to render, right? And that means that does this make any sense? I don't feel like I can just add anything here easily. Basically, I would like the variance to be able to push the time of the start time of the particle forward by like 3 frames. And then well, that's really, it just needs to do that once, and then the looping will handle itself, right? So we just need a Boolean. If particle dot time index is greater than or equal to 3? Yeah. It's greater than or equals to 3. Then what we want to do is we want to apply the variance by just saying particle.timeindex plus equals variance. Particle.variance. And then that should be done. And variance applied equals false. Do it in reverse. Check the Boolean first. That way we don't have to do math. Oh boy, this is another slow day. I'll be right back. Oh. And here we've got this. So here we're initializing particles. So we're gonna say particle dot variance equals I times 2. Because here, yep. How do you type byte? Isn't it B? I thought it was B. C sharp byte suffix. Guess not. No. This works. What if we set it to 3, but we loop it by 6, maybe? I don't know. 8? Because we have a maximum of 9, because that's how many frames are in the fire. But if you loop it by 9, that's just the same as 0. Right? So if we just loop it by a lower value, then whatever, it's fine. And try to run it, I suppose. I don't want to be sick today. I was exercising yesterday. I don't know if that's why I'm sick today. Today's Path of Exile League start. And I need to get some more work done. It's really hard to tell, but I think they might be unsynced. The lowest flame is very, very similar throughout the entire animation, so it's hard to say. What about here? It's all the same, I think. Why is it the same? Like this... What? How does this not work? And it's not random either. I times 3. Modulo 8. The first one has 0 variance. What? Am I dumb? Am I dumb? Maybe I'm just blind, like... I don't feel like it. They all feel synced. And especially the second one is like very unique. So we'll be able to tell like immediately. But they're all synced. Why is this not working? This should work. What? Why does it not work? What? Why is this ran once? I don't know what's happening. But like, it's clearly doing all of this shit. Yet the variance is set to 0. Like, yeah, I get it for the first one. But for the second one? Nothing happens at all? I don't understand. So here's the thing. The particle inactive pool. What are we doing with that? We're actually not really doing anything? If particle inactive pool count is greater than 0, then particle to return equals that. Inactive pool, remove, add to the active pool. Else, if the active pool has too many particles, then we return null. But otherwise, we're just saying particle to return is new particle. Add to active pool, add to entity list. Oh, maybe it should be added to the entity list here too. Not that this one actually matters, but... Return particle to return. I don't get it. We might have to step through this and see what happens, I guess. I don't like having to step through everything. Like I feel like the logic is sound here. But it's like, why is it only running the thing once? Particle.set data. Oh shit, I actually know why. Fuck, how do I solve that? I can't solve that. We can do something like... So here's the issue, right? We have the particle database. I'm running this... Like, we can't have the variance applied thing here. This doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is because... This isn't instantiated for each particle. This just exists, right? So it's not possible. But what we can do is we can say if particle dot variance is greater than 0, and then we can apply the variance, and then we can say that the particle dot variance is 0. Right? That works. That way this isn't affecting anything, and I don't have to add a boolean or anything to the particle. We're just using the variance as like a consumable to shift the loop timing. That should work. The logic was sound, but I had forgotten that it wasn't instantiated. It's not something I use often, that kind of approach. No, I can see it clearly being correct now. They're all at random looping times. Yeah, that works. All right, good. We now have flames that are not all identical, even though it's the same flame sprite, but they're not identical. So I don't know if there's really anything left. I think that kind of works. So should we try implementing blood decals? I'm a little scared of the blood decals because I think that they have things that they need to do that I'm not sure how tricky it's gonna be, and I can't really test it very well right now because of the limitations of the current implementation of just like height and stuff. But it's basically stuff like if we create a blood decal on the ground, but it lands on like the edge of a tile, so we only get half of it. I would need some manner, some way for it to render in a special way. But I guess we can just make like a decal like boolean in the renderer and just flip it on when we are trying to render a decal. And that way it'll have an additional check against the background to see if it's actually, if it has something to render against, and kind of treat it like a world detail rather than just it's like a separate object. Something like that. Um, I don't know how I want to show bleeding on the character. I feel like that's gonna be actually really difficult. So I'm not so sure about that one. But blood could just be like a pool. I don't know what it would look like exactly. Doesn't really matter that much. As long as we get it to render, we can figure out what it looks like later. I think we'll just start with flat color. Let's make 3 variants, maybe. I don't know if I should have them in the same file. I guess it doesn't matter. If they're not animated, it's kind of whatever. We can even bake them closer to each other like this. That's an animation. Then we need a particle emitter. Kinda wanna delete this. Particle emitter database. Particles is kind of redundant. We have decals. Status effects. I don't know what I want to call. I don't know if I want to even have any like sub thing here. Fuck it. Status effects. It's just ignite. Same thing here. Decals. It's just blood pool. Then we need to change this up. But first we need a particle. Particle database. Same thing here. It says particles. It's kind of unnecessary. Just call it status effects. And copy ignite into decals. Blood pool. Animation database. Decals. Blood. Yeah, that's not good. Get rid of the status effects there. Sorting layer is not object. The sorting layer is background. And the sorting layer sublayer is back detail. It's as far back as possible. Nothing should be above blood, other than something else that might be on the backmost sorting sublayer. And I need to add more of these. A lot more layers, I think. Just because there might be something that goes on the ground as a detail that might go below, right? Like, I think I'm not gonna start adding anything now, but because it's really easy to add things here, I just need to add the numbers and then it works instantly, so it doesn't matter if I do it now or later. But basically, blood, for example, shouldn't be the backmost thing, because you might have like an explosion effect. The explosion might create like dark dust or something, and like logically speaking, the blood wouldn't really be on top of it. If the explosion happens after the blood splatter, or the blood spatter. But I feel like the blood should be on top of it. Not usually. Unless I make some kind of system where they kind of blend together or something, but I don't think that's worth the effort. But I can see something like that, because it might also be really hard to make it be dynamic, right? Like, okay, the blood is older, therefore the explosion should be on top, for example. it's not impossible to do. It's probably not really that hard to do, but I don't know. I think we're just gonna keep it simple for the moment, and just make maybe an explosion effect, leave something on the ground that yeah. Either way, blood should not follow the target. And blood's update should, at the moment, not do anything. It doesn't have an animation. So what we should say here is if hello Volpis. It's going okay. A little tired. Shouldn't have stayed up for the Game Awards yesterday. That was a bad idea. The particles work. It's done. So now I am going to try to use the particle system to implement blood effects as well. Because right now we have fire particles and they work. But we don't have blood. Now, here we are initializing the data here. But sure, we can run an update. Let's say if particle.variance equals 0, then we'll set particle.timeindex equals 0. Else if particle.variance equals 1, particle.timeindex equals 1. And then let's duplicate that, set it to 2 and 2. Yeah, no, I was still working on it Monday, yeah. Ugh. Ears are weird. Ears have been weird for like half a year now. It's annoying. Get like... It's like there's a lid on them, almost. It's weird. Need to lose some weight. I think it'll fix it. I'm fat. I've been on my diet, and last time I did it, I lost like 20 kilos in half a year or something. If not shorter, actually. It might have been like 2 months. But now I've been like drinking milk and eating yogurt left and right. And just eating tons of cheese. So I haven't lost a single kilo. Like almost a month and a half. Ooh. Alright. Something like that. And then what? What are we missing now? Particle data, particle emitter. We have a blood emitter. And it should have a decal.blood pool. And then here we need to set this. We're requesting particles, but I feel like this particle should be a bit unique. Because I feel like we should only have one particle emitter for blood. Well, not exactly. We should have one particle emitter for each blood type. So what I do want to add, which we won't add right now, but I want to add that because it's a pain in the ass, and I have to rework a bunch of these, is I want to add a blood color variable, pink, so that in order to spawn a new blood decal, we check the unit that is supposed to spawn it, and then we check what blood color it has, and then we check if there is a blood controller for that color, and if there isn't, then we spawn another one. So typically speaking, you would have red blood for almost everything, and that would mean one blood controller. But if we wanted to have different colors, then I would spawn another blood controller. But for now, let's just focus on one. So we need to trigger this somehow. And in the combat module, we have burning add. We have bleed modify. We have apply damage. Bleed. I don't know what it's called. Bleed apply. Yeah, there's bleed apply. So bleed to apply. Bleed magnitude. Okay. Um, I'm just thinking, there are a lot of things going into how bleeding works and when it triggers and stuff. So I'm just thinking of how should I implement it practically. Like, should if like 4 seconds pass and you take 4 seconds of bleeding, should that just be like, okay, you took a large amount of bleeding? Should that just generate one pool of blood, or should the blood spawn be like random and roll every few seconds or something, or roll for every second and see if we spawn another blood pool? I don't think it should be random. Random is kind of weird, but semi-random maybe. But for now, I think we should create a function in here, in the main controller, that's gonna say something like public void particle spawn, maybe. I don't know. And then that should take a type. Then if we go back here, this should be able to say main controller the particle spawn. Then we pass in the type there. Pass in a target. Dude. Okay, there. Set data. And then the emitter is initialized. But this isn't entirely true either, is it? Because here we're trying to spawn an ignite. Yeah, this isn't entirely correct. So this should be particle emitter spawn. Right? So here we're spawning an emitter. And then we should be able to say particle spawn, which should be similar. But what we need to do here What about the particle data? Particle data. It's just... Here, we're running request emitter. That's fetching it from the inactive pool to the active pool. Then here we have to say if particle emitter container dot contains key type, then we want to say particle emitter container dot add type dot add emitter. Else particle emitter container dot add new list. LOT particle emitter. Emitter. You can't do this? Is this... type. Yeah, okay, yeah. So if it contains the container key, then we add the emitter to the container. And if it doesn't contain one, then we create the type container. And this, I guess, we just need to set these things here. And here, this is where things are a little annoying. Because here, if we're going to create a particle, then the particle will need to be set to a certain data type. Which I guess it's fine if we can just pass that in there. Then we can say LOT particle database dot... No. It should just be type. It should just be type. I don't remember how to do this. But I guess we can just say particle data here. But I just want it to be the type. But it's gotta be a type of type particle data. Which would be fine. I think. Though not really. I don't know how to type this. Just say type. No. ChatGPT, how do you do this? In C#, how do I write a method that takes a type, but the type has to be of a certain type, yet it is not an instance of a type? Like that? And then we say set data, type of T. E dot. Wait, I'm confused. Where's this done? We go to the particle emitter, and in the emitter data we initialize. And then in ignite, for example, particle emitter data initialize. That's where we say set data particle data dict. Where has the particle data dict been set? In emitter.setData? Emitter type. Yes. It's in the emitter. It's just when we create the burning, we create an emitter. And the emitter has like a pre-set way of spawning the particles. So it just does that. It spawns them on the target object, and that's it. But the idea with the blood is that we have one emitter, and every time we spawn blood, we make the emitter create another particle. But that's the tricky part. I feel like we should be doing something like lead apply. We should be doing something like main controller if main controller dot container particle emitter container dot contains key or maybe this should be a for each. I don't know. For each emitter list in the container, I'll be right back. That's not quite correct. So we do need to do a if main controller dot particle emitter container dot contains key particle emitter database dot decals dot blood pool type of if it contains that, then we will loop through let's say type blood type equals that, and then we have main controller dot particle emitter container access it with the blood type dot dot count. Then if blood type I dot color equals base object dot data module. It could be in the combat module. Sure, let's put it in the blood in here. Now, blood color. If the color equals blood color. Oh. And how do you write this? Operator. Here it should be or. If any of these. That's not a Path of Exile update. That's a Norland update. What the fuck? Big Autumn update. Prisoner barracks no longer require a warden. Rumor system. New books, balance, crime system, UI. Okie dokie. almost cooked for today. Where was I even at, man? There. Now we can do equals. I feel like in here, in the emitter, is where we should have... Emitters should have a spawn function. Simply. Add to container. Public virtual... Well... Particle emitter database. This is the emitter data, right? We don't have specific emitters. We have emitters with data. So there's no reason to have virtuals in here. Public void spawn particle. But I feel like it should take something. Or maybe it's the data itself that should contain the spawn particle. I'm not sure. I think so. So the particle emitter data, public virtual void spawn particle. And the question is, what should it take? Should it take a position? Should it take a target? Should it take both? Target. Should it take a variant? I'm not sure. Or variants. Then we have a target, which is this dot, or we can just say base object. That's the target. But it doesn't really necessarily have a target, but I think it should have a target. Because I think that the position here should be a range. So if we want it to fall maybe within within the position. I think it shouldn't take a position. It should take a vector 3 int. In that case, we need to take vector 3 int spawn area equals vector 3 int dot 0, and then we're gonna say spawn area dot set. Oh, what am I doing? New vector 3 int. And then we're gonna say x is base object dot data module dot value dot tile size times settings variables dot tile size int dot x. This is x. This is y. And this is 0. That's the spawn area. But not really. So we're gonna say random equals new random. And then we're gonna say random dot next 0 to file index. Well, maybe not. We do that and then we subtract. Vector 3 int size in pixels equals base object dot data module dot value dot tile size times settings variables dot tile size int. Oh. And then we subtract the x after. We should try to subtract half of the x after. And Z should be 0. For now, at least. We might need to make the blood be able to go, like, up or down. Or... Damn, music is loud. Didn't realize. And then we want to spawn a particle within this spawn area. Or should I say this is spawn position? Then we pass that in. And then there's the question of a variance, which I want to say should be bleed magnitude. But I think bleed magnitude is greater than 3, then 3, else bleed magnitude. Actually, let's say 2, then 2, else bleed magnitude. No. If it's greater than 3, then then 2, otherwise bleed magnitude -1. Because if bleed magnitude is 0, we're not bleeding. So then there we're trying to spawn a particle. But here it's else. If it doesn't contain a container, then we also need a boolean here. Bool found blood type equals true. Now let's set it to false. Here let's set it to true. And then we can just break here. But then we can say if found blood type is false, then main controller dot spawn emitter LOT emitter database dot decals dot blood pool. Type of And I think the emitter spawner should return LOT particle emitter. Something like that, maybe. Oh! Let's not repeat this. We're gonna do... Let's remove this. And then we'll do this instead. If it doesn't contain a blood type. Then we're gonna say main controller dot particle emitter container dot add type of LOT particle emitter database dot decals dot blood pool new list. And then we can run that. No clue what's gonna happen here. No clue whatsoever. Huge crash. Doesn't have a current sprite. Ah. Spreadsheets, particles, decals. Graphics, spreadsheets, particles, decals. Blood pool 1. And that should be correct. See if that... one fix changed anything. Oh! It actually kind of worked. But it is following the target, which is incorrect. But this is also incorrect. Question related to the thing, but not entirely. How many units do you expect in this game? I don't believe it'll be a problem for this since it looks like turn-based, but still curious. Not sure. I expect encounters will be between like 10 to 30 units. Or something like that. Something like that. This needs to change. I don't think we really should initialize any particles at all in the blood. I don't think it should have an initialize at all. But it does have a spawn particle here. That should have an override. And there we can do something like this. Though not entirely. Ooh. It says follow target false, right? So to me, that should mean position. Something like that, and all right, what happens now? It's a bug. I'm just trying to make it spawn one of the other variants. It's only spawning variant 1 right now. Ria didn't spawn anything at all. Really? But she's not bleeding. Apparently the Nephir doesn't cause bleeding at the moment. I just feel like he should... I say it's so hard. guess I'm not stacking enough bleed or something. Maybe the magnitude is bugged. Yeah, I think he has, because I've set his health to 2000. I don't think I'm able to set his bleeding magnitude any higher, because I think the bleeding magnitude is a percentage of your health. So it's like the larger percentage of your health you have as built up bleeding damage, the faster you take the damage. And then that kind of slows down as your accumulated bleeding. I think it's based on your max health, not your current health. So it's like if you have like 100% of your health as bleeding damage, then you are at like bleeding magnitude 5, and that makes you take bleed damage at a much higher value, like percentage value, than you would at tier 1. But yeah, like I said, I don't think I can get him high enough to see if we can cause any more bleed effects to spawn. And as you can see, it does seem to function over there as well. It's a bit bugged. Right now it's maintaining its target, which means that whenever this guy is in combat, these blood effects, we can fix that immediately. Particle.set data. Particle database. Is it being initialized? A particle. Should the particle not initiate? Or does set data... No, it doesn't call it. I do think it should initiate. I mean, it's got to be doing it already. Temp data, set data. Okay, this is initiated once. Right. So we're setting the data. The blood actually, it does potentially need to have a bunch more functions, because if I want to be able to create blood spatter on the ground, with certain attacks when the attack happened, because right now it's only bleeding. Bleeding is being caused by the bleeding, like taking damage from bleeding, puts it on the ground. But certain attacks might want to generate blood, like a slash might generate some blood on the ground or something. But since that's happening inside of the combat, the duel sequence, the blood needs to be able to travel back with the object, but that whole segment needs to change anyway, so it's not something I want to... I don't think I'll really put any effort into that at the moment. But what I could potentially do is, when I do attack somebody, if the attack creates like a pattern of blood spatter, like behind the character or something, I could check the world to see where that blood spatter is, and then we can see where we can place it on the ground, because maybe there are obstacles, right? But what I could potentially do is, if there's a wall, for example, I could place the blood spatter on the wall instead of on the ground. That could be cool. But I do think that might need some additional variants for the blood spatter, so that we have something that looks right in that angle, because otherwise reusing the one that's on the ground I think won't be the same, because the ground tile like it would have to be something that looks more flat, because it's more more towards the screen. But that is a potential. But I think that's gonna be it for today. Let's see. Blood decals work. Fired particles work. Blood particles work kind of. One size so far. But yes, I'm gonna go and eat, try to get some writing done, and then in 2.5 hours, the PoE League starts. We'll be back then, and we'll be gaming. Yeah, I'll see you then. Until then, thanks for hanging.